I'm looking for a clip for the social post. Ow, my fingers hurt. My fingers feel like they're shrink wrapped. And my skin feels like they're shrink wrapped around my finger. They're so like, it hurts. The skin feels so tight that they're like, it's cracking. So yeah, I'm looking for a alright, chicken cheese. Check to see if this is what I posted. No, yesterday's was the. Yeah, okay.
Oh, somebody just flew in? Oh, okay, I got double lock. There's a guy who just. Oh, there's two guys in the room.
Yeah, sorry. Grandma's blocking my shots. I was shooting him in the back. It's embarrassing. Don't want to show people that.
It was pretty insane.
Actually, towards the end, we had a really good game. I think I only wound up getting one kill, but did like 1,200 damage or something. But it was a lot of fun. Get out of there. That's not for you. Get out.
Which like is crazy. Like, I walked him today and yeah. Like he that way. I lost it. I jumped off. I wasn't looking at it for like 2 seconds. 10 an hour, whatever it is.
It's like whatever time frame I jump to, we're at the train yard. Come on.
Somebody's coming up.
It's like all we dropped was train yard yesterday. Every time I fast forward to something, we're at the train yard. Oh, finally we're at Capital City.
Sorry, Kim. Yeah.
Here we are, train yard.
Yeah. A couple of dudes I used to play with, one of their, which like, is a great business model. If you can do it. And again, get enough people to believe in you enough to give you a deposit. Absolutely. So, but yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that like I can make, and I'm sure I can make, and even if I don't like, sell it for anything, but I still make money out, and they probably did the ball. I got a lot of deals. I've got one that if you can have it, I've got some images in there. Here's zero. There's a gold bag in here. Come get it. Oh wow, I didn't even see this.
Must have been this game. Yes, here it is. We're back and forth through the portal. Cut it out, Opie.
Where's the respawn? Where's the... Oh, they just used the respawn.
Cut it out, pup. Just go lay down, buddy. Just go lay down. Just go lay down. Go lay down. Cut it out of there. Cut it out of there. Come on, move. Move, 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 move. I gotta find a good spot in this fight. This is a really good fight.
Hopefully they'll stay inside because of their structure on it. Get to safety, motherfuckers! Up there, Left vulnerability. Alright.
Let's see. Finishing with Gibraltar. Knock down a single match. I'll keep them. I'll run as Gibraltar. I was having a lot of fun with Gibraltar yesterday.
I'm going on top. There's people over there. They're grenading the shit out of us. Oh man, something in the fire! This dude that was up here is oh no! Shit! I'm out of bullets. I'm going to get out of bullets. I don't even know fucking bullets. Yeah.
Charged and ready.
Okay. Yeah, two dropping grenades. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Watch that special.
Opening season. No time for an FNG.
Oh, they just go to the lifeline package? Huh?
The All-Father has given me better strength.
Squizzy. Oh, you want to take a Squizzy?
Let's go this way. First blood. Body shield here. Level 1.
Gotta make sure I'm able to clip if I need it. Alright, I'm coming, Squizzy. Coming, Squizzy. good left in this box. Oh. Alright, here we go. Adjust this mic. Get set in my playing position. Okay.
Copy that.
He's making a bunch of noise.
I'm sorry. Did you take the golden graham shoot?
Yeah, I bought that for myself actually. I'm sorry.
I was just
What is that?
try this. 150 calories for the whole bag.
That's interesting. I'm not crazy about texture. It's like a Funyun or something.
Yeah, it's quinoa and chia seeds.
I mean, it's got a good taste. The texture's weird, but I'm not terrible.
For what it is. It's called skinny stick.
Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh man.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Scanning the area.
Ah, let's go get them. Pop on some Muzak. Yeah, I need light bulbs.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2. Care package.
Got you, bro. Oh, the other dude fucking left. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Cause he sucks and went down like a bitch. He's gotta leave.
Recharging my shields.
Heavy ammo here. Body shield here. Level 3. Sniper extended heavy mag here. Level 2. Heavy ammo here.
Alright. Like, that's bullshit.
Optics here. Mid-range.
I'm taking fire.
Shield cell here.
Taking a moment to heal.
Watch out. I'm opening the skies.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
I overshot the mountain, I guess.
Hostile over there.
Alright, guess we're going back to them. Let's do this.
Downing hostile.
Nice. Good work, fat man. Get him up real quick. Let's get back in this shit.
Thank you. Taking a moment to heal.
Give me a sec. Reload. 1 minute. Reload.
Oh,
I'm down, brother.
damn. Got a message from Zero. Let's see what Zero said. I'll be on in a few minutes. He said a few minutes ago. Is this what you're showing us? Perfecto. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta switch dogs or something. Watch out. Come on up, the homeowners insurance company.
Optics here. Closer. Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Peacekeeper here. Shotgun ammo here. Optics here. Close range.
I need optics for an assault rifle.
There you go, puppy. Boom. Fur blanket. Or fake fur blanket. I don't kill animals. Alright, while we are waiting for zero. And we are. I need like a 4th and 5th monitor here. Alright, so that. This is the clips. Let's do this. Pause that. Actually, this can go over here on that screen. Alright. Let's go back to my beautiful face. Bam. Let me finish out this post.
Oh my god!
It's super loud.
I'm fucking dead.
And I'm cursing all crazy.
Man. That's why I love left button ability. Let's move behind this. Yeah, kid. That's why I love the burner sticks.
Alright, so let's do this. Let's pop this monitor one. What this quality is doo-doo. Come on, Twitch, get your stuff together, Twitch.
What do you want? This is for the boss over here. That's fine. I'm good. Oh, it's an animal. That's what I really want. Alright, well, we'll get you some gifts. It's for your birthday.
How do I turn off close? Come on, you're killing me here with this playback, Twitch. You need to get your life together. Does the pop-out player work any better? What is going on, Twitch? All this money you got, you can't get this to play, right? Super aggravating. Oh my god. Woosa. What up, Zed? Welcome to the frustration zone.
I went back through because she's fucking me up yet. I'm back to the portal.
We got sound, but the video's not playing. This is really irking me. I'm just trying to make a clip, Twitch. Woosah, Zed. Woosah. That's not the one that I had up. I don't know where that one went. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, what's happening in the background here? My shit's about to like explode. You see this? Let me shut Spotify down. This is crazy. I never have this kind of issue. Where like my PC's performance is like maxed out and shit. Well, it's not maxed out. My RAM's at 65, but even that, it's never that high. Like, this is crazy. It looks like it might be picking up. Alright, you know what? What is this? This is... Alright, this is 2.5 hours in. Let me just... forget this. Yeah, do that. Stream chat, bring that. I guess I can stay here. I really just need it for the chat. Do it on my phone because my shit is breaking. Oh man, it's just like... Alright.
Hopefully they all stay inside because of that special they called in.
Yo, what's up? I was so confused. I'm like, I'm not in a party. How did he just do that? Oh, my bad. I was muted. I was saying I was so confused because I wasn't in a party. So, like, how did you join a party? How did you make a party and get me in it to talk to me? Yeah, I was like, what the fudge? Boop, 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 boop. You know what? We could try game chat and see if maybe we can make some friends. At least for a game. See. I'll probably. I was gonna say I'll probably accidentally talk shit on our teammate, but you got sick last night, like throwing up. Oh shit. Bitch, I've been sick a few weeks. I've been sick since like 96. Yeah, I'm just trying to find a clip. Yesterday was a fun day, but it is tough because how I find clips, I skip like every, I don't know, 30 to 45 seconds or so. And I look for like kills at the top right of the screen. So if I have one kill, I'll go back and watch it. If I have like 3 kills, I definitely go back and I'll clip it. If it's like 1 kill, it's like, well, let's see if like I accidentally got a kill because I'm shooting like shit, but I got like the last couple bullets killed them. I don't do it. But anyway, since most of my games were like 1,000 damage and 1 kill, it's tough to. Yeah, tough to do that. So, yeah, I need to. So I'm looking at the list. That last match when I had the gold shield, and it was like the hardest I've ever played. Got like 1,200 damage or 1,100 damage and 1 kill. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So, trying to find a good spot, and it's tough because there's not kills, so there's nothing that like punctuates. Okay, this is a good spot to clip it. This is a good spot. It's like I just have to like, I don't know, look at something and be like, ah, that was fun, so let's do that. Nah, Zycam is pretty good at that. It's like a the one I use is like a Q-tip kind of thing. It comes in like a little tube. You break off the end. It has like a little Q-tip attached to it. You rub it on the inside of your nose, and it'll dry your sinuses out like super quick. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And I was trying to do this on the computer. My computer all of a sudden was like using like 65 or 70% of the RAM. All 7 of my cores were up at like 90%. It was, I don't know what happened. It just all of a sudden like and it's still up pretty high. Normally it doesn't run like that. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, man, I'm an old ass motherfucker. I thought about upgrading to 10 only because of, but I don't want to pay for it. Only so I can have the Xbox app on my computer, and I can do stuff that way. Just would be easier. I might even be able to get clips off my Xbox that way. I don't know, because I need like the Microsoft version of Google Drive to do it, and I have to pay for it, and it's dumb. So performance monitor would be under what? I don't. There it is. Yeah, performance monitor. Do that either in real time or from a log file. Yeah, I was just looking. I'm like, I don't know how to read this. Okay. Yeah, I found it. Now it is. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at though. Right. There aren't columns. Yeah, I'm in resource. Yeah, I click CPU. There's no. Okay, alright, no, I lied. I do see it. How do I can't scroll over to. Yeah, I maximized the thing. I gotta drag it over. There isn't a horizontal scroll at the bottom. That's very weird. Yeah, there are columns. No, it says thread CPU, average CPU. I guess it's average CPU. Okay. Oh, hold on. All right. I can drag this over, which makes it a lot easier. The description. Oh yeah. You know what? It does say image. Okay, but image has like a checkbox. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay. Yeah, and then status. Yeah. Yeah. So I have to make the description super smaller so I can see average CPU. Okay. Okay. It is OBS is taking up 29, which I need OBS. But it's maybe it looks like, yeah, everything else is a far second. The next one is Windows Media Plane Network Sharing Service. I don't know what that is or why that would even be open. So I can, okay, just reorders it. Okay, I see. Looks like, yeah, it's OBS and Chrome. I have a, shit, alright. So what is the best, browser to use that uses the least? Yeah, I like Chrome. It's, I mean, because and they all, not all of them, but some of them have multiple tabs open. I have like separate windows open so I could have it on different monitors. So I guess I. Right, but 20 on top of. If it's 20 for each, I got 1, 2, 3. Okay. Right, okay. But yeah, but I have 4. Okay, none have multiple tabs, but I have 4 Windows, 4 Chrome, 4 browsers open, so. I don't know, I'll have to figure some shit out. But I've wasted enough time here. But yeah, so like I couldn't even get into, like, trying to make the clip on my computer was like super slow. It was like all fucked up. To the point where like I was getting so heated I had to like stop, and now I'm trying to do it. Yeah, I'm trying to do it on my phone. But my fingers are all fucked up from being so like chapped and shit from the cold, like washing them so much because I'm doing like dirty ass work, and also like I feel like the cardboard boxes are like drying my hands out, so like my fingers actually hurt. Like they feel like my skin is shrink wrapped over my bones. Like every time I bend them and stuff, like yeah, it's so like my touch. Right. It just it feels like it's just like it's roughing my fingers up, and it's like drawing the moisture out of my hands. But like there's parts of my fingers that hurt, and I've gone through this just a couple weeks ago. They hurt constantly because like they're in the process of actually like breaking the skin open. So like on the edges of my thumbs and on the edges of my middle finger and the backs of my, like the bottoms of my hand, like my karate chop part of my hand is all starting to get all fucked up. And when I bend my fingers, it aches. Like there's not enough like skin and muscle to like, I don't know. It's very painful, very not comfortable. So all that to say that like my touch my phone isn't like responding properly because my fingers aren't like real people fingers. So All the lotion I can put on my hands can't take any more lotion. I mean, like I don't do it at work because like I don't have enough time like after washing my hands and stuff. But like when I come home, like I use working hands, and then like before going to bed, there's a working hands night thing that I use that. Even my face, like I'm using like some like oil of Olay lotion on my face. Like just everything's so dry. It's gross. Yeah. So why won't this get bigger? It's just like zooming in on the page. It's not actually. Oh my god, this is really fucking aggravating me. Oh my god. This is. So there's no. Okay. So now will it work? No, it's still just fucking zooming. Yo, I'm gonna lose my shit. You ever hear a grown man cry? This is fucking insane. Like, how do you... Like, oh my god. Like, this slide bar doesn't slide. I can't make it bigger. Oh my god. Let's see on the fucking computer. So I don't know if it's my fingers or it's just the phone being fucking stupid. Okay. No, I don't want. Okay, I want my videos. Okay, we can just jump into a game. This is taking fucking forever.
Okay, we can just jump into it.
There it is. Let's pause that. Make a clip here. Now that I found, why is that so fucking loud? Ooh, man, this is gonna be. Why is everything making fucking noise? Y'all need to shut the fuck up.
Ready to go.
Alright, let's shake that off. Shake that off. Let's have a good game. Nice. Yeah, it's tough with. I've used like different nasal sprays, and I use like a saline wash thing usually in the summer, because like I get very like congested, and I just so like some of them they don't like stay up my nostrils long enough. Yeah, I mean, like, they just seem to run out, especially if my nose is stuffed up. But I'm telling you, that THICC thing works wonders. Like, it's like a thicker goop. And sometimes it's a little gross to stick it up your second nostril. Depends on how, like, gross the first one was. But you do it, and then, like, you feel better, like, within minutes. And then... Yeah, and then like you keep doing it, and it's advertised to like shorten the cold by like a couple days if you take it like at the first sign of a cold. So But it definitely makes you feel better during it. I don't know if it actually makes it shorter, but... Okay. Yep, they're pushing me. Oh shit, there's two of them. Yep, there's... Yep. There's a robot up there and a lifeline. Alright, robots up on the platform area. No, leave me alone. Oh my god. I'm healing up. 2 seconds. Alright, this motherfucker's down. Alright. Shit, no reserve ammo. Shit, alright, I gotta... Yeah, I gotta have to switch guns. I'm coming. I was out of light bullets. Fuck, man, I didn't get a chance to heal up. That sucked.
Up, they're coming in. I'm going a long way. Back up there. I'm going up top. There's people over there. I'm going a long way. There's people over there. They're grenading the shit out of us. Oh man, there's something in the fire. The dude that was up here is not up here. Alright, I'm gonna heal all the way up here. Man, there's still 7 spots. Oh, I'm out of shit. I'm out of bullets.
This is not a very good clip. This is just like me like bitching and all that effort to get to this point, and it's not even like a good fucking clip. Yeah, I picked like at the end of all of that fight thing, and you can make a 60. It like probably takes like 90 seconds, the previous 90 seconds from when you hit the clip button, and then you can have like a clip that's up to 60 seconds, so you can kind of choose where you want the clip to fall, and all 90 seconds of it wasn't interesting enough. It was like me bitching that I was out of bullets, me like missing some shots, me like just being a slug of a human being. Yeah, I need to learn how to edit. I'm working on that. Yeah, definitely. I also curse way too much. Fuck, yes I do. Freaking stop it, Zero. Shit, alright, I got a Mozambique. cool if I didn't miss those shots. God damn it. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Yeah, that was terrible. Jittery Beret just sent me an invite. Sorry, bro. Jittery Beret sent me another invite. No! Is he sending you an invite or no? No? Yes, yes, no, yes, yes, no. I guess not. I guess not. Chicken pot. Is my I forgot that we were in. Forgot we were in game chat. Interesting. I was wondering why you were ignoring me during the loading screen. What's up, third burglar?
Take that portal, Grim. Oh, they just came through. Get out.
I'll finish that clip later. Hey, yeah, what happened? You didn't like the game chat?
I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear you in game chat.
Yeah, Turd Burglar started talking because I said to you, I was like, I said something, you didn't answer. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, that's, yeah, all right, I like that. And then like we loaded in, and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot we were in game chat. And I was like wondering why you were ignoring me during the loading screen. And then Turd Burglar was like, yeah, I hate it when that happens.
I guess it's a bug that we don't usually experience being in a party or something.
Could be.
I don't care to go back to game chat. I was just hoping I could get you there.
Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah, heck, let's go. I guess. I mean, if you want to, if that guy's talking, we might as well. I guess.
I don't care. I mean, he was very quiet.
I should be able to hear you.
Yeah,
well, whatever.
Let's just whatever. He'll probably be leaving any minute. I don't see his mic going off. I'm
attacking the...
I'm coming.
Oh shit! This dude's
I didn't
got his
realize
buddy
we were
with
so
him.
far apart.
I seriously hurt one of them. Oh, I didn't know where you were at. There's two guys in there. There's a Gibraltar. The guy on my box. No. The full health guy's there now.
Third burglar just left, so. Finally found a shirt.
Yeah.
Alright.
You don't have to go kamikaze those two dudes. You can wait and just pick up my van or whatever, you know.
Oh, hey.
I didn't have much anyway.
I see you. Don't you shoot at me. I'm just down here looting. Just ignore me. No. What did I say?
What? I didn't even see him or hear him jump down, dude.
God damn it.
I didn't hear or see shit. That was strange, man.
It was, I guess they had a white shield. I broke their shield in a single burst. I caught some headshots, but single burst from the hemlock broke their shield, which was nice.
Yeah, I really like the hemlock. I don't know if it's my favorite gun, but I like it.
Zeticus!
Hey, Zed.
Zeticus, Beticus.
What you guys up to? Other than playing Apex.
Nothing. Crying about my fingers hurting.
Yeah, I'm crying about my hand hurting. I went to the freaking doctors today and I bruised bruised
Oh
bones.
shit! Just from like walking into the door frame or whatever.
Yeah, last night, like when I swung my hand, I did, like when I was walking out of the bathroom, I swung and I smashed my hand on the wall. Yeah, like my bones are bruised and stuff. Like I woke up in the morning and my hand was swollen to like almost twice the size.
Oh, damn.
Yeti not meant for house.
Yeah. Right? Like, I was like, holy shit. I was like, holy shit.
What
Like,
were you doing? Just like, I mean, how'd your hand come to be swinging toward the wall?
Okay, so like, when I walk, I kind of like swing my hand.
You ever see the
this way, right?
Patterson Gimli
And
film? It's the famous Bigfoot film of him like walking through the woods in the '60s and like.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was Zed.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
That was
So anyways, I kind of swing my hands a little bit when I walk, right? But anyways, I was coming out of the bathroom and my mom was like trying to get around me to like she came out of her room and the bathroom and her room are like right across from each other. So like I was walking through and I kind of like turned sideways a little bit to try to let her in while I was coming out. And I turned around and I just whipped my hand right against the door frame.
Yeah, ouch.
And it just hurt like son of a bitch. And I was like, what the hell? And then
Yeah,
like, I could barely play video games after because my hand was so sore last night, right? I could barely play after I hit it. I woke up in the morning and my whole head was fucking swollen. Like I had a good like it was significantly swollen and like it was all blue on the top, right?
Oh, that sucks.
So I was like, holy shit, like did I break my fucking hand? Like the immediate first thought, I was like, did I swing my hand so hard against the door frame that I broke my hand? And
Yeah,
so I
man.
brought it. So then I like went to the doctor, like the clinic, and I was like, hey, like is my hand broken? And he like felt it, and he's like, I'm not. He's like, I don't think so. I think you just have like you probably just bruised the bone. But he's like, go downstairs to the lab, get an X-ray real quick. And I was like, all right, cool. So I went downstairs and they X-rayed my hand real quick. Kind of thing.
Yeah,
And
glad
then
it's not broken.
and then he's like, I'll then come back upstairs.
Getting shot at from
Wait.
like the building under that red mark.
Okay.
Oh, somebody's
He's
coming
like,
at me on the street.
he's like, come back upstairs. He's like, I'll look at it real quick. Well, as they'll contact me as soon as you're done. I'll look at it real quick and then I'll come out and tell you while you're waiting in the waiting room. I was like, all right, cool. So it like all in all, it took about an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes for the whole the whole trip to the doctor, whatever. So like going there, waiting for him to see him looking, then me going to the downstairs to the X-ray place, and then him looking at it and telling me. So it wasn't bad. That's pretty good. An hour and 45 minutes in the clinic isn't so bad. Waiting time and everything, right? So but he's like, yeah, it's just he's like, there's no break. I was like,
He shot about as good as I did.
Yeah, I can't believe that guy killed me at the range he was at. He must have had a good barrel stabilizer or something.
That's what she said. Alright. Time to switch it up. The real Dr. Drew.
The real doctor.
Yeah, but you know how I said I was applying for a temporary
Yeah.
UPS job?
The ring isn't really complex.
Like,
Yeah.
I went on the site, and I said they wouldn't let me fill out the application, but then I got an email today at like 1:40 that said, new applications have opened up, please go, new appointments have opened up, please go finish your application. And I got the email late, but like, I still had it done by like 4 p.m. and it came in at like 1:40. And when I finished the application, it was like, there are no more appointment times available. It was like, what the fuck?
That sucks.
Yeah, man. But I'm thinking of possibly just, like the email said when they were conducting the interviews, and I was thinking of just going anyway, and like, be like, hey, you know, here's what happened. You got any open spots? Warner Brother.
Warner Brother. Entertainment.
We going for the train? or
Whatever.
city?
Train, I guess it looks like he's landing us on. I'm.
Oh shit!
We got people back here. I gotta go find a gun. Oh, there's people in the front too. I'm jumping off.
Got one down.
I'm down.
See ya. Oh, where you at?
We're both down.
Oh no! I'm gonna get this shotty and see if I can come rescue you.
They killed our teammate. Oh, and he had a gold box, so they're stopping to look for it. Oh, now they're coming to kill me. Nice. Oh man. I was going backwards so I can keep an eye on them, and then I turned around so they couldn't shoot me in the head, and I saw you there, and I'm like, yes! Here we fucking go! And then...
I can't believe some of these kills the kids are getting on me
Yeah.
tonight, man.
It's a rough one. It's a rough one, Mr. Grinch. I don't know why it made me...
Yeah, I mean, I know we
I
just
picked
started.
crypto in like the... I looked at crypto so it auto pick them, and it picked Mirage. Which, sure, buddy.
Oh my goodness.
Time to win and stay alive. You can't hide from your mistakes. Trust your senses, and victory will follow.
Clips, there we go.
Introducing your champion.
This isn't a costume. It's a uniform. It's who I am. And you will respect it.
Swarthy Rain.
Oh my god, he's got the fist. Heal, so he's...
Some random sounding shit.
Am I supposed to talk? I stay
Oh, damn it. That's bullshit. Do some Twitch. Do some... Me, how do I find...
I guess I'm gonna go to that.
Sure. Teammate just like put me down the bottom where there's nothing except somebody to
Oh,
punch.
what a turd. I'm coming.
No guns. Body shield and a 301. Alright, here we go. I'm throwing a fire grenade.
God damn it. Double team. There's a guy right behind me. Nice job.
No.
Yeah, yeah. That's gangsta
I don't
style.
got. I did pick up heals. But I'm like 2 shots.
Yeah, I'll look for some.
Sorry, I want these kills.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, actually, I need that. Actually.
Open Gangnam Style.
I think. Oh, here comes the other one from where you originally ran from, Joe. He's coming at you.
Nice shooting.
Got it.
Alright, I'm gonna go get our buddy back.
Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna need light ammo also if we have some to spare.
Alright, this guy's got none.
This whole area over here looks like it's looted as well.
Here, I got a shield battery for you. Or wait a minute, is it in that box?
I got some shields.
I got it. Alright.
Body shield here. Level 1. All 99 here. They found a new kill leader. Yeah, backpack here. Level 1.
Some of this is looted.
The ring closes in 60 seconds. It's far, but I'm used to running. Energy ammo here.
So the ring closes in 60 seconds, and it said it's far. It's not super far.
Give me a second. I'm fixing up.
It's right at the thermal station.
Alright, I got a zip. I'm gonna move toward this kid and like probably throw a zip off the end of that shit.
Okay. Sounds like a solid plan.
Oh, there is a zip on the end of this shit. Oh, yeah, it's down. You see. Oh, it kind of doesn't really go in the right direction. I'm gonna throw us a better one.
The ring moves in 10.
I'm coming.
I might get off kind of early tonight because, oh shit, I got an enemy here.
Okay, I'm coming. Cause you got a date tomorrow.
Yeah, date with the man in the brown shorts.
Well, I mean, I heard he's a...
But also, I'm kind of drowsy from
His name is
Benadryl
Louis,
and
the
shit.
rapist.
I mean, he might be a rapist, but just don't ask him how his shorts got
knock
brown.
you down, bitch. Well,
I said, just don't ask him how his don't ask him how his shorts got brown. Oh, okay. Hold on, there's bins back here to loot real quick.
You'll see him zero and he'll look at you and be like, Brown does it your way.
Yeah.
Oh shit, somebody's shooting at us from behind somewhere, I think.
Brown always delivers.
Oh, they're flying in. They're coming in right behind you on the hill.
Oh, I see. God damn, I couldn't do shit to
One of
him.
them's got a gold
I gotta
shield.
look at that death recap.
When I worked for UPS, the jokes never ended. What can Brown do for you? That was very common.
Okay, that bitch with an L star. Whatever.
Fucking laser rifle, bitch.
Siren,
Oh, maybe it was a charge
You're
rifle.
taking up too much of the bed.
Fuck, man.
You're taking up too much of the bed, you fat puppy.
Fuck.
Don't look at me that way. You know you're fat.
I couldn't tell if that was the L star or the charge rifle he hit me with, but it showed like it did damage quick. And it was just the one kid shooting me, I think. Might have been the L star.
Come.
Yeah, he fucked me up with the charge rifle. Was no joke.
Maybe it was.
Yeah,
Charlie
I think it was a Watson who shot me.
That seems
Yeah,
to
I
be
couldn't
like
even
the
tell.
least played character. Like every time I'm watching streams or playing Apex, it seems like people play Watson the least.
Yeah, I think she's played in like
Yeah, I don't
like
see
I've
it.
watched like some high level like Shroud level games, and I've seen like people in his team play it. I've seen him come up against them. I think it's like she's a niche player, so like you have to play a certain way. So like you kind of need like a pre-made squad who's gonna play around her type of thing. Otherwise, she doesn't really deliver that much benefit to the team. Finally got a clip. It's been like an hour and a half.
Wow. Oh, you had to search for it. I mean, search
Yeah, I
for
had
it.
to, yeah, and then make it and all that stuff.
I know all the roads. They all lead to the same place.
Oh shit, that's sick as shit.
Introducing your champion.
Ding-dong-ding. Ding-dong-ding.
Here we go. Ready? Let's go this way.
Did you see her teammate's name? I kiss gay boys.
Oh, that's fucked up.
I was about to sit like.
I've got an enemy around
Okay.
me
When
somewhere. I don't see
I
it.
grabbed the sticks, I was about to tell you
one
like,
over
oh, I'm
there.
following our teammate in, but I was gonna say his name and I read, I kiss gay boys.
Well, oh, I thought he was really far away. He's marking somebody below us.
They're in that building down there. I know all this is unlooted. Oh no, not all of it. Somebody has been.
No, I saw a guy on the door over here.
Oh,
Yeah, they're right inside.
there's a gold bag here. I'm glad I stopped.
Trap nearby.
Oh, I see someone over there.
All right, I saw one in the left side of this room.
Just ran in that door over there. I'm sneaking in behind them.
These guys are cowards.
Oh, they're looting. Oh shit! Somebody came in behind me. There's a clown. There's a clown in here. Thank you. Oh, nice. And the teammate jumping right on the revive. Not worrying about his looting. I appreciate that. Oh. Okay. I didn't get anything on that guy's kill. Or my kill, actually.
I'm gonna drop 2 syringes. Oh, let's see if I
I'm
can
healing
somebody.
chicks. I'm gonna.
Oh, I hear one right outside.
I'm healed up.
Down one and fucked up another. One is climbing over on the roof toward that
Okay.
side. Shit. We're shooting our teammate. Got another.
I think I'm coming in on a sneaky little flank maneuver. No, I'm not. Okay.
Oh, one just got me right out the door. He's up on the roof. He's up on the roof.
Nice. Teammate got him.
Reloading.
Yeah.
45 seconds, rings close. Last member sounded.
There we go.
I'm the new kill leader. Your help is very
And
helpful.
there's a purple box out here.
Is your robot up to him? Healing.
The ring's close.
Not yet. Oh, yes, it is.
You need any wide ammo?
No, I have some. I'm okay.
The ring's close. 10 seconds. Like ammo.
Oh, if you're not using it, I'll take it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a lot. Those other... Oh, never mind.
The ring's moving, friends.
Alright, I guess we gotta go. Alright, we don't have that far to go.
Oh, yeah.
Something good this way.
I didn't know there were steps to get up the backside there.
Care package being delivered.
Yeah, I don't know if I did either. I ran out of that room. I kind of thought it was a dead end. You see any heavy I could use? Some.
Yeah, I got 40 on me. Yeah,
If you
yeah,
can
I'm not
spare
using
it,
heavy.
don't run short.
So let's give you
Alright.
that, and let's give you this. And what's your heavy gun?
Extended heavy mag, yeah.
Him
You
one.
want I got 3x sight I'm carrying around if you
Thanks.
want it.
If
Yeah,
you don't
it's just
want it, I'll
sitting in my
take it.
inventory. See?
Thanks.
Si, senor.
Here, I'll throw us a
Alright, I'm
zip
gonna
line
hit
up.
these things real quick.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point. Sniper's not here. Wingman's here.
Motion here.
I need a hopper.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Actually,
Someone's
with
been
devotion, yeah, I'm gonna actually take that over this.
Eva 8, yeah. Shotgun bolt, yeah. Level 3.
Tim is not having fun with Opie. You can hear her yelling at him. I had Opie in the beginning, but he was like chewing cords and stuff, so I needed to get rid of him. Chewing those electrical lines.
Yeah, you can't. You gotta have your
Yep.
cords intact.
I need a hopper. Turbocharger.
And a bunch of people died in this building.
Gotta hop up here. R301 here. Hemlock here.
R99, yeah.
Thank you.
Friends, there is
Oh,
an
I
extended
could use
energy
that shit.
magazine here. Level 2. Gotta hop up here. Hammer point.
It's a weird zip line.
Yeah. Somebody must have been panicking. Panicking, Bamikins, napkins, babkins. Anakin. Thank you, I Kiss Gables.
No problem.
So like that like raises all types of questions. Like, is it a boy? Is
Oh shit.
shit.
Oh god, I got devastated, dude.
Shit. I have no quick way to get up there. I'm coming, buddy. Oh shit. Yeah, the whole squad's up here.
Yeah, I got shot by 2 guys at once. You got shot by at least 3.
Yeah, they fuck me
Or
up.
it looks like it.
Don't ping my med kit for somebody, for your teammate. That just like hurts my feelings.
It's disrespectful.
Who else can I tag in my Instagram post and annoy with my stuff?
Where's the Grimstrat? He working up?
I guess he texted me earlier that he got off. He had a for Friendsgiving. He wasn't sure if he was gonna be able to get off, but he was able to get off. So he probably had to do some finagling. So I wouldn't be surprised if because he's off tomorrow. He was off tomorrow, and then he was supposed to work Saturday, so he got off Saturday. So he's probably working today. I'd be surprised if he would have 3 days off in a row.
Yeah. Well, sure is taking a long time to match, mate.
See, there you go. Just had to talk shit on it.
That's right.
Oh my.
I'll show
boys.
you.
And no, God, like my fingers like don't even work. Like I'm just dropping everything. It's like I have no like grips on my fingers.
Don't be messing with the cooking oil today.
What? Cooking oil? What you talking about? What you talking about, Wolf?
You'll drop it and it'll go all over your kitchen floor.
But then I get to roll around in it.
Slippery as
I get
shit.
to, like, grease up my back. Grease up my abs and shit.
Hell yeah. See these bad boys, this is what I'm living with. Oh shit, didn't realize I was jump master. I guess I'm gonna go to the... I'm gonna land down low this time though. We got peeps with us.
Oh, I just glitched through the floor. Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
There's no guns down here, I guess. Hope there's a gun in this top portion. No, there's not. Attachments for days, but no fucking guns. P2020.
Shit. Shit. How many fucking dudes are there? There's a million squads
I just got a
here.
P2020. I'm gonna try to get something better. No, leave me alone. You don't see me.
This dude is hurt. Oh, he's getting his buddy
oh my
up.
God, I'm like stuck on this thing. Give me anything. RE45. Here we go. Alright. Let's do this. Oh, somebody's sniping at me. I'm coming, Souls Thief.
Somebody landed behind me.
I could handle one of them, I couldn't handle two.
Oh, you downed him. You swapped with him, yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, it's tough. Tough to handle, too. Especially when one of them's behind
Yeah, I ain't no thought. You know what I mean? I ain't no thought. I can't handle two dudes at once.
Kissing gay boys and shit, like our teammates.
I kiss gay boys. So like, are you a dude, or are you a chick who like prides herself in kissing gay dudes?
Oh, I didn't even think
or is it
about that
like,
angle.
are you a dog who I don't know, licks,
sees no sexual orientation and just licks them
your
all?
own cock? I don't know. Does that make the dog gay? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how. I got so many questions.
If you are yourself a gay boy and you're kissing gay boys, then it's just kind of obvious.
Right.
I mean,
You don't right. You don't have to tell me that they're. And you know what? Maybe it's a gay dude who specifically and only goes after other gay boys. He doesn't do men. He doesn't do women. Right. He doesn't try to convince someone who's bored.
No
Yeah, right. Who's borderline, or who's curious or bi. It's strictly only gays.
Right. He's not, yeah.
I don't know. Sure went the game chat and asked him, I guess.
Dude, this guy in the last game had a Pathfinder skin. It looked pretty cool. His legs looked like RoboCop's legs. I think I've seen it before, but
I don't even know. Couldn't tell what any of the legs look like. What did the upper body look like?
It was probably, I didn't really notice. It was probably a similar motif, but like, I mean, the head looked normal, but the legs had that, like, looked like they were encased in like a suit of armor type thing, but it was like RoboCop looking.
Okay.
Techno armor.
My squad's gonna beat up your
It was a blatant RoboCop.
Okay.
I'm sure they paid no.
I'm sure they didn't.
Fees.
I'm sure they did.
Sid, you still with us, man?
I take that as a no.
He's still in the party. Might have passed out on us.
Charge rifle here.
Teammate shot down a cargo bot. Spots. Wrong fucking button. Damn it. Me and my fat ass thumbs that I can't feel.
The battle happens quick. Be ready. Hand lock here. Spitfire here.
I could use that.
Extended light mag here. Level 1. Flatline here.
Alright. Where to get involved at?
A champion just fell.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Hey, we got ourselves a new kill leader.
Am I gonna have just white armor every game we play tonight?
Energy ammo here. Sniper
Yes.
level 2.
I can exit that for you.
I don't think
Sorry,
I've gotten
guys, I totally
better
fell
than that any
I
game.
totally fell asleep.
We
Yeah, we
guessed as
figured
much.
I was like, I was just reading something, and for some reason I just fell asleep.
It happens to the best of us.
Ring closes in a minute.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Yeah. How's your guys' games going?
I thought we were just gonna keep on going there, Zoo. I thought we had a thing going.
Yeah, I lost motivation.
Alright, I got so much heavy, I'm just gonna run double heavy. So there's that. Here downstairs there's a blue
You got a
blue light clip.
backpack?
Yeah, I have a regular backpack.
Okay.
I don't know if you're using a light gun, but you have the opportunity to get a blue. I didn't ping it because I don't want teammate to go take it.
What, blue, oh, what'd you say
Blue
it was?
light
Blue
clip.
what? Oh, thank you. I could use it. Yeah.
The ring's moving.
I think I hear an enemy. Oh, that's you. Never mind.
Look at me, I'm a ninja.
Running across that wall like an expert.
Hey, care package. Standard stock here.
I wonder if this big center sky penis. Yes, it's been searched.
Charge rifle. Energy ammo here.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Do.
Extended light mag
Got a
here.
hop up here.
Gotta hop up here. Choke.
I thought I just heard a cargo bot or a drone or something.
Watch out.
I don't see anything, no.
Light ammo here. Standard stock here. Level 1.
Standard stock here. Level 1.
Light ammo here.
Gotta hop up here.
Oh, dude, we gotta go.
You need a level 2 stock.
No, I'm good.
I don't need
Circles here.
it. I'll give it to you when you get out of the storm.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Moving.
Zip line.
Nice. I'm like stuck in the wall. Get off.
No.
But I'm the healing chick, so I can heal. I can heal her dicks right up.
Heal, yeah.
There you go, Papa Bear. Smoke on that robot. Penis. I don't know.
So our previous teammate wouldn't kiss him because he's not just a boy.
He's a
He's a Papa Bear.
Which is code for power cuddler.
R301 here. Helmet here. Level 2.
Oh shit! I was just thinking back when I played WoW how people would call like their lower level super powerful characters
Yeah.
twinks.
Yeah. I never understood it.
Yeah, I guess it's saying like it's a muscular character, but it's not fully grown into max level.
Sure.
It's like a muscular 18-year-old character rather than a mature, I don't know, 30-year-old or something.
I mean, I guess
Level 85 or what the fuck ever.
Logical thought process, I guess. I didn't even at the time.
Yeah, I totally get it
found
either.
out what a twink was like after the fact.
Yeah, I had to look it up when I heard of it, and I was like, ugh.
So I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
I just thought it was like a.
So you stop saying I love
Yeah.
twinks all the time?
I just thought it was like a weird thing that like.
Oh, enemies.
Oh shit! I'm coming. I'm sliding down this hill as fast as I can.
Where'd that guy go? Oh, he bamboozled me. It is ult. He's right over here.
I'm coming.
In progress.
I put on a sniper scope so we can.
Oh, his whole team is whole team's in here. One is almost dead. They're both upstairs. All three are upstairs.
Oh, what? They were in the fucking. Really? They were all in the one corner? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they were in the corner ambushed when I came in too. It's dog
I
shit.
came in. Saw your box. Came in, was peeking to the left because that's where like the big room was. They were hiding behind. Two of them were behind the door that I came in.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, those guys were.
There were some fucking
cowards.
twinks.
Yeah, I mean the one guy. I don't know how the one guy. He must have had purple armor because I shit on him with the 99. But then his buddies were there in the corner and ambushed my ass. Oh, I did 192 damage to him. That's lovely.
That sucks.
Yeah. I wonder how much the you just got shit on death sound costs or death talk costs.
Who says that?
I don't know. I was joking.
Because that would be awesome. I would pay large
Yeah,
sums of money for someone, even if it's like a PG version. Like,
yeah, you just got
Yeah.
pooped on. Take you to Brown
like,
Tech.
how's my poop taste? Something like that.
That would be hilarious. I'd pay $59.99 for that.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee really bad all of a sudden. All of the sudden.
Alright.
Oh, jeez. Be right back. yelling a couple times. I'm sorry.
Wasn't working out bad, but no.
Alright, I am back.
You were jump
What?
master, so
I
but it
didn't
landed
pick.
you conveniently right next to a balloon.
Yeah, I didn't pick.
Yeah, probably none of us did. I'm going toward the
Alright,
epicenter here.
I'm on your 6.
It like literally landed you right in front of that fucking balloon.
Well, ain't that some shit? Prowler, which I hate.
You can have my P2020 for it if you want it.
Deal.
Here's a couple of guns. Here's a light clip. Oh crap, hold up.
I'm dropping the Prowler. Did you mean to drop that barrel stabilizer?
Yeah.
Do you got a heavy gun? Do you want my heavy bullets? Oh, there's heavy bullets in here.
No,
There you
I guess
go.
I'll pick
Take
up
that.
this
Take that blue vest. You'll finally have a vest that's not white.
Yeah.
Oh, what? When did he go down?
My dream has come true. He landed on the other side of the
Oh,
map.
did he?
He marked it. Oh, what the fuck? My shit's freezing up. Can you? Oh no, never mind. I must have. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, he left. What a...
What the fuck? It did. Oh my
What's
God.
happening?
Okay. It brought up that thing where you type something out with the Xbox keyboard. And then it was like delaying when I tried to get it out of my face.
Hemlock here.
Pick that up.
You want that hemlock?
I'm gonna try the Peacekeeper. So if we see a choke, I'm gonna see.
Alright.
What happens with that?
Alright. I dropped a Spitfire for the hemlock.
30 seconds, rings close.
I've got a double tap and a anvil. With no gun for either, so
Okay.
you need them.
Using grapple.
Nice. Like the slingshot by opened the bin.
Yeah, that was accidental.
Oh, I hear footsteps. They're up the top of the hill here.
Making contact with enemy.
Alright.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
Maybe they saw me and backed off.
Yeah. We're like, no
Oh,
way,
yep,
not
there's a...
today. Oh, yeah. Probably spying on us
Oh,
from
yeah,
the
the
rocks.
end's over there.
We'll just run back into the circle. Whatever you want to do, I don't care. We're not
yeah,
far
I
from
feel
it.
like that's gonna push them to us.
I can send us a zip line if you want to fight them. Did you say you
No,
saw
it
them
sounds
over
like
there?
they're fighting.
Oh, was that the
Yeah,
exit?
that was the exit to the portal. It sounded like there were shots over there,
Watching that spot.
but I don't see anybody. Oh, I do see somebody. Right over there.
Target over there.
They moved, but they're like between that little rock,
Never mind.
that little rock.
Let's explore this way. Forget that.
Setting up a zip line.
I was just
Yeah,
putting that.
why
Okay.
not? And then we can use it to get out. Get out of danger.
Yeah.
Danger.
Well, it's further than I thought it was. It didn't look very far when I shot it.
Shooting those long ropes. Long ropes of calm. Oh, there's some smoke over there.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, circle's
Oh
about to hit
shit.
us, dude.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
better come back.
Yep,
Circle's
yep.
gonna hit us. They gonna get burnt.
Get burnt like the clap. Right? The clap burns, right? I don't know. I don't know. I've never experienced, so I don't know. I don't know what STDs make you burn.
Yeah, I've never had the. I hear it's bad. I hear it hurts.
That can kill you if it's untreated, right? Or is it syphilis?
Oh, I don't know. Syphilis can. I don't know if. What is clap? Chlamydia or
Yes, I
something?
believe so.
I think it's bad for you, but maybe it just sticks around if you don't get it treated. Antibiotics kill it though, so as far as I know.
Yeah. Look at this.
I hear somebody. I think. Maybe not. Oh, dude coming behind us, behind that fucking icy shit.
Okay, I see somebody up on the train tracks.
Oh, up on top
Yeah,
of
they
that
were.
shit?
I saw them jump up to the train tracks.
Okay.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
I don't know where these guys went. They might be kind of circling around us.
Sounds like they're fighting at the train station. I don't know if we want to get involved or.
We can, whatever.
Somebody's zipping.
Yep. Oh, somebody's zipping to us?
Listen up. The ring be closing in 1 minute.
Zip. I see the line goes like up somewhere up there.
Might be something good this way.
I don't know if you can stand on that.
45
That's where it looks like
minutes
it
plus.
goes. Oh yeah, there's a rock behind it, so they're probably up there on the rock.
Didn't even know you could go up there.
Yeah, right up there.
Let's go this way.
Oh, you're up there. Let me take their zip. Their zip's actually further back than
I'm behind you, but it'll take 3 seconds behind or something. Oh damn, that was a long ass
I
zip
didn't
line.
realize it was this far. This is the way of the circle.
The ring's close. 10 seconds.
The circle's gonna move. We gotta go the way we're heading anyway for the circle. So they're gonna have to push to us.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't see them up on the rock though.
The ring's moving, friends.
So maybe we just get safe.
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
Incoming care package.
Oh, shit's going down next door or somewhere. There's a kid.
I hear footsteps right here.
Broke his shield.
There's somebody crawling in the street.
Oh, circle's coming, circle's coming.
Alright. Oh, somebody's burning me. Oh shit, there's somebody right here.
Coming, Joe.
Shit, I gotta get, yeah, I gotta get safe.
Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. I'm throwing a zip,
It's too tall for me. I'm not tall enough to ride that ride.
Probably be right
Yeah.
behind us on it.
Oh yeah, somebody's sniping at me. Shit, yeah, I need to.
You want to slip through this little crack in the... No, oh, shit. This dude's hurt bad.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Thought someone else was coming.
Somebody's coming, I think.
Oh, they're up top. Oh, there's two of them. Fudge!
Oh, good try, good try.
Fudgety
Oh,
fudge fudge.
Good try. Yeah, it's I hate getting shot by more than one. Damn teamwork.
Yep.
Yeah, P. I'll be right back. I'll go ahead and ready up.
Teamwork making my dream not work. Alright, so let's see. Gotta do 5 kills a piece of the hunt. 5 gas traps activated. Got land in refinery. 10 kills of devotion. One more top 5 finish. I need to create 20 decoys as Mirage, that'll be easy. Couple more headshots. 1,000 more damage to light machine guns. 100 more damage at the refinery. Land and overlook. I'm gonna make a list here. This is, I'm gonna, just of my simple ones. Overlook and the refinery. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at my challenges. I got some easy ones, so I'm making a quick list of those so I can knock them out real quick.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at mine too.
Survey beacons.
Oh yeah, we were doing good in ranked last night. I only got 2 more top 5 and 10 ranked matches to go.
Very nice.
I need 1 knockdown in the geyser.
Yeah, I need same thing. I need one knockdown in the geyser, and then I'll go on to the 3rd diamond, I guess. But I have some that are as simple as landing in a place. I need 2 knockdowns in the epicenter.
Yeah, those landing ones are cool.
I need to deal 100 more damage in the refinery for week 6. And I need to, I think, land. Yeah, I need to land in a refinery for this week. And that landing at the refinery will actually give me a whole battle pass level. So
You got your microphone kind of in a weird position or something?
I don't know. I was talking kind of quietly because I'm a
There you
little bitch ass hoe bag. So land and overlook, land at the refinery. Deal 100 more damage at the refinery. Scan 9. Crypto drone, 9 enemies. Need 19 more decoys as Mirage. That's simple. kills, top 3 finishes, 7 more headshots. 2 knocks at epicenter. And in my dailies, I need 3 knocks in a single match. 3 knocks, 1 match, and 1 finishing move. Alright, so the reason I picked caustic, I think I have 5 traps tripped.
Alrighty.
Deuce, deuce, 22. So you got to go to the refinery also, you said? No, what did you say?
Mine's
Okay,
Geyser.
1 more knock at Geyser, that's right.
This is your champion.
1 more knock at the gay Geyser.
I kiss Geyser
I
boy.
kiss Geyser boys. Refinery. Gotta land there and get 100 more damage.
Alright.
And then gotta land at Overlook. And we gotta find probably landing at the Geyser is probably not a great idea, but if we land somewhere with the plan to rotate through the Geyser, maybe it would be. I don't know.
What are you saying? Because a lot.
No,
of
I don't
people
know
land
if a lot of people land there. So if we land there, it might be wasted. But if we rotate through Geyser, we might have a better chance. Here, there's a blue vest right next to that.
Looking. Okay, I'm coming. No, don't give me your.
No, no.
Vest.
That's another one.
Is that what? Oh, you said over here. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Misunderstood. Thank you.
I got 2 games in a row. You got a blue shirt.
Hell yeah. You did sacrifice it for me last time.
Yeah, no,
Appreciate
of course.
that.
Of course.
Kind heart.
Don't go telling anybody.
Level 2.
Oh, I'll take that over the wingman.
Oh yeah, definitely. An alternator up here.
I do like the alternators.
Standard stock here. Level 2.
I might have to drop this hemlock. I only have 20 extra bullets for it.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
I will take that.
Who's ready to fly on a zip line? I am.
Oh, nice. Did you just set a zip so I can get to that mag?
Oh, I didn't even see the mag. Oh,
Yeah.
that light mag. I was just zipping over, but yeah, that's exactly what I was
Yep, that's
doing.
exactly what I was. Yep. It's a stellar move there. What is it? So do you got a heavy gun? Okay,
Yeah.
I have some bullets that I have no use for anymore. I dropped that hemlock. So, it's only 20, but...
Yeah, I can use them. I'm dropping a double tap.
Oh, maybe. We got a snoring Yeti.
That might have been me.
I'm pretty sure it's him snoring. I could be wrong.
Snore, gentle warrior.
Something like that. Deuce, deuce.
Those care packages.
Who's ready to fly on a zip line? I am.
Oh yeah, okay, I heard it that time.
Oh, there's a care package. I like it. Maybe it's got a Kraber. I'm flying to it.
I suspect we will find something here.
I guess I'm not sure. I stood still a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
You've been practicing with the Kraber?
When I can. If I get a chance to get it. Kraber!
Yeah.
What do I give up? I got more energy ammo, so I'm gonna give up my light stuff.
Optics here. Sniper. R301 here. Gotta hop up here.
Do you see the map? We're spread out quite far.
What's our teammate doing? Oh, he's he's coming, I think. What the fuck is he doing?
I don't know.
Well, guess he doesn't want to be with the squad.
That's cool, dum-dum.
Oh, he's fighting. Oh, he's in the storm.
Yeah, he's fighting the storm.
Dum-dum. Yeah, it's funny. Some of them are like little short snores.
Some are like full on.
Yeah.
And I don't want to drop anything because, like, at some point I'm going to run out of bullets and I want to keep my light bullets and my light clip so I can just swap to a light gun. You know what I mean? Be all prepared for it.
Yeah. I haven't even found a white backpack
Oh,
yet.
what? Really? Shit.
I know, I've got plenty of ammo of it.
Hey, we're spread out a lot. Look at the map.
Oh, do you Deuce? Maybe you need to be with the team. Maybe that's why you do.
Alright, I'm gonna go zip over to that truck over there just to see if there's some backpack for you somewhere. Not having a backpack is tough.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna zip up to the roof up here. I guess start our search of this city of the Sky Hook.
Sounds good.
Backpack.
We should conduct a search right
Noise.
level 1.
Oh, look who decided to join us.
Decided to get in on the party, eh? Shit's going down nearby.
Okay. Oh, and a blue heavy clip if you need it.
Oh, I'll be okay.
I mean, I'm not using it.
Just because I want to get in the
Okay.
fight.
Well, I have it. I brought it with me.
I got a white one anyway. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, shit is popping off there.
Yep.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, they moved. I was about to ruin their day. Oh, we got people behind us too. It's a robot,
Okay.
so he can zip around it. He went around that corner down there. So he's probably gonna go to that roof. So just be mindful of the sight lines behind us. That's all.
Okay. There's one around the bottom of this building too, somewhere. Shit. Knocked one of these fools.
Nice.
Give me my shields to recharge.
Ooh.
Repairing. Lucky us.
Oh, we're being sniped from behind too now. Fuck.
Shit.
I'm
He's
down.
from over
Fuck.
there. Oh shit. I'll come back for you. Oh god damn it, they sniped me off the zip line. I should have fucking charged those fools. I downed one and hid from the other instead of just fucking zipping across.
That sucks.
Hell yeah. I'm crawling back, maybe Deuce will get me up.
Okay. Sorry, Zeddy, you gotta get muted. Can I boot him from the party? I don't know.
You're a bad man. Shit.
He probably wouldn't want my stream to hear him snoring anyway.
Yeah, yeah. What are you fighting, kid?
Lucky us. We are already inside the ring.
Care package coming in.
Shit. We'll see if I can get to the damn revive shits. Oh no, I can't. I can't.
I thought I muted him. Why do I still hear him snoring?
God damn, I was trying to get rid of the trap. No, no, no! Hose! Oh my god.
Yeah, that thing will heal your shield slowly. That thing will heal your shield slowly.
Oh yeah, yeah. Thank you.
I saw you aim at it for a second, that's why I figured don't.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Thanks.
There you go. Your shield's almost healed. Good shooting. That was good shooting.
Thanks. I missed that third burst or something. No matter. Yeah, I was trying to get you up a minute ago, but like me as a dude started.
Yeah. They were relentless.
When I was running toward it. Indeed. I gotta mute Zed too. It's cute for 10 minutes, but
yeah, it just gets distracting.
yeah. Whoa, I just saw this food-related group I'm in on Facebook.
Right.
That some Asian country, it looks like Indonesia, has deep-fried pizza.
I'm curious.
Like individual slices, deep-fried and like breaded and deep-fried. Yeah, heck, I'd give it a try.
I mean, pizza's so good that it can't be bad.
It is. Yeah, I think I would like it.
Where we going, badmintons?
It's a long jump. Oh, thanks, you fucking dumbass. Thanks for smearing me off on the rock. Giving name and what you do. It just says dumb shit.
Longbow with some heavy ammo if you want it.
Yeah, I'll take some of that shit.
Shot a loot bitch.
Right behind you.
It was gold, so.
Oh, hell yeah. No
I didn't see one. Oh, you're right there. Okay, here. I got this for you also. I thought you were running to the thing. For your longbow.
Oh, thanks. You need some line ammo? I've got.
No, I'm good. I got 240. Oh. I don't care who gets that, but just so we can find it later.
Oh,
behind us a light, level 2. Level 2 shield.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, go for it. You know, when you ping it, or when you pinged it that time, it like made it disappear. Maybe it was just disappearing anyway from my screen.
You know what? I have had that issue before too. Shit, I don't know where that went.
Yeah, I can't tell if it was just timed out or what.
I don't know where that gold thing went.
Oh, I thought you meant that.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about there, but I shot a gold loot thing out of the sky.
Oh. Was that not it, where you picked up that, where there was like a purple helmet on the ground and shit?
No, that I got that out of a bin, I think. I'm not 100%, but I didn't shoot open a thing, so there should be a gold ball on the ground.
Oh.
Shit, I'm gonna fly back for that armor.
Okay.
How far do we gotta go? Oh, this is probably a better day. Maybe I'll see that gold ball in the process. Because I shot it from the distance. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. It was not nearly as far as I thought it was. So yeah, me pinging it, maybe it does take it off of your screen. Maybe that was one of the updates.
Yeah, maybe so.
Oh, what? Even though I dibs it timed out, it's fucking gone? I don't know where to...
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell myself. It looked like it was on the, well, you know, like over toward the left somewhere, but I don't know. Like where your end of the building somewhere there, but I don't know where.
Right, that's what I thought. That's when I came. Ah, here it is. Yeah, timed out. It was in the back of it. Alright. All that, and watch, there's gonna be a gold fucking armor in this thing. I wasted all that time. Double tap. Do you need a double tap?
No.
Yeah.
I'm taking the balloon.
Yeah, no key that I can see. It was a gold knockdown shield, so.
Just take it.
Alright.
I'm too far away.
Alright. I'm trying to catch up This thing is right on my ass.
Yeah. You need a blue light clip?
No, I'm good.
Oh shit, you got enemies
yeah,
around.
you gotta move to. Storm's right on your butt. Right on your power bottom.
Oh, I didn't know I was already out of the storm.
Oh, hey.
So there were dudes up there.
Blue shirt for everybody.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh shit, they pinged the, I guess we didn't have time for it. They pinged a blue backpack somewhere.
Oh yeah. I got plenty of ammo and shit. Rolling double hit. Yeah, double hit.
Yeah, I'm dropping this energy because I don't really have a whole lot of it. Actually, I now have. There's actually less heavy. So alright, switch that. Scratch that. I'm going back to what I got. I'm dropping this heavy.
Alright, I got like 295 rounds or more. So. Here's a blue backpack.
You can take it.
I don't need it. I've got all the ammo and deals I need.
Alright, bro, if you insist. Gracioso. Gracioso.
What'd you say,
I said
Joe?
gracioso. Make my own words up, though. That's how you speak Spanish.
Right.
Oh, there's some shooting back where we just came from.
Yeah.
I'm taking the zip.
Yeah.
I'm going up.
I guess it'd be. There's like a minute till it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
always
this is a
get
good
back
choke point.
I'm right behind you.
Up, yep, they're coming up.
I'm coming too.
He's down. Here, here, blue. There's a blue bag. I just grabbed his gold bag. Grab this blue bag.
I don't.
Grab it, grab it, grab it. It's just gonna be. Oh.
They're right below us. And... You gotta jump off on this zip line here.
Alright, he doesn't have a shield. Alright, I'm grabbing our teammate.
There's
Yeah, two people are running by me.
Over here. Two more dudes. Oh, there's dudes on the other side too. Fuck. People everywhere. God damn it. I'm crawling to you, but there's guys on top of the bridge too.
Okay.
Little to the west. I'll try to get into cover here so they won't shoot us forward.
Oh, I'm being shot from the roof.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. Dude, I didn't even know you could shoot through it.
Yeah.
Oh, from the roof. From the roof.
Shit. Yeah, can you crawl back to me? Oh, there's...
Yeah,
shit.
I'm crawling to... Oh, he's got it.
I have the gold backpack, so I wanted to get you out. I would have gave you...
Oh, yeah. Damn. Anyway.
Yeah, they're respawning somebody on the roof they were just shooting us from.
90% to a zip line. Oh, there's
yeah,
one
but
up
it's
there.
all the way over there.
Yeah, let's just... Maybe we should just push in. Somebody just jumped down that elevator shaft.
Let's push. There's purple boxes over here.
Okay.
There's 3 boxes, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Wait, where's
Up
the
here.
level 3?
And there's a blue bag here.
Oh. Oh shit. Who,
Teammate.
you were...
Yeah, teammate.
Oh, that was her. Yeah, okay. Oh, we gotta get the fuck.
Oh,
We gotta
shit.
get the fuck out. Maybe not. Wait.
Yeah, and it's
coming in.
just starting to close now.
I
Yeah,
mean,
we gotta go.
Never mind. Alright.
It's gonna hurt, so yeah.
Don't forget about them being on this roof of that
Yeah.
building to the left.
Okay.
Oh, they're in this building?
Okay. You need to shield up.
Thank you. Dude, I thought I did that, but I did not. Shit.
Alright, you in the gold backpack will give you some good life.
I needed that. I need some heals. Shield cell, syringe. Yeah, that gold backpack gets the spot.
There's a purple backpack there. Oh, you're in that box too. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, you wanna... Where's his portal? I can't see his fucking... Oh shit, dude's on the street, right outside.
Portal's over here by me.
Exactly.
It's on the steps here.
Damn, I got
Alright,
one of them
coming.
almost dead. Oh, I can't shoot for shit. Kid on my box is running past it.
Oh shit! I thought you were in the building. I just wasted my special. I'm a box, he's down, and an airstrike or a mortar is about to land on him. He's okay. Oh man!
Oh, what? I didn't see that. Not behind you, I was unloading with the Spitfire and missing like 80% of my shots.
Shit. Marlou 4069. Yeah, we could play a game or two. We're actually waiting on somebody. Although it's 1 o'clock, he might not get on. I don't know.
Yeah, don't forget to invite him to the party too.
So I got a text from Kim a while ago that I just read. That said, you're making weird faces. Can you move the camera up or not look up so high? No, I can't. Like, the TV and the camera are positioned where they're positioned. You know what I mean? All right.
That's kind of funny that she's in the other room spying on you.
Marlou, what is your gamer tag? Marlau, if you're still here, let me know who your gamer tag is. Okay, I guess they're not here anymore.
Oh, that's weird.
So I gotta do a finishing move. I gotta remember to do that. This is a weird fucking intermission. Or interlude.
Oh, I was looking off the screen there.
No, it was on Spotify. The shit I was listening to. Yeah, let's listen to some power gaming. Everything I'm listening to is copywritten anyway.
Yeah, it's too bad you can't use like songs like that just for your streaming and YouTube videos and shit.
Well, tell your nephew if he's interested in getting some exposure, I will gladly play his music.
Oh, that's nice.
I mean, not like that there's a lot of exposure to be had, but
I hear you. I mean, every avenue you can get to put yourself out there
right.
in some way, Oh shit. Got dudes all bounced off anyway. Ooh.
Alright, I gotta run and get a gun. I tried to fight that dude and then he picked up a gun. I'm over by the repair building.
I'm trying to get to you. I'm on the opposite side.
Oh! Get some, little girl. Get some. Yeah, you better just leave the fucking game.
Did you find that?
Yeah, shit? I got a scout. So when they were pulling their
You're getting shot at from this car.
when they were pulling their slick shit, I popped them until like they were pretty damaged, and they ran and jumped. They slid and jumped, and I'm like, they're gonna get close enough, and I'm gonna punch them. That's what I said to myself in my head, and they did, and I did, and they got knocked the fuck out.
Noise. Shit.
Oh shit, somebody behind us. Damn. He's got pretty good aim. He's running around the side of the building.
Fuck you all up.
Get him. Get him, Zero. Get him. That's me. That's me. That's me. That's me. He's behind you. He's around the back of the building.
I'm almost dead. I'm almost dead. Oh, I thought he was like right beside me, dude. I didn't hear him walking back around.
I didn't hear him either. I heard him
We were
healing
wrecking kids' shit.
behind the building, but
Ooh, hell yeah. Had 4 kills, 756 damage.
I love letter.
Yeah, now what happened with that battle you were in, dude? It was I was in a fire plot when you were couldn't
So it started off. I ran in behind a Mirage, and he picked up like a P2020, and I punched him before he can grab any more ammo, and then he was shooting at me, so I ran away. And then I'm being chased, and I thought it was by him, and they're shooting, and I'm just like ducking, dodging, diving, dipping, duping, and they're missing. And then I run through like by like the big building where it just ended, that shed that's over by like the tunnel. I went over there and I was hit like twice in the back. I picked up a shield and a scout and a box of bullets. So then I slid and turned around, and as they were coming, like they were now in the building and running at me, and I hit them a couple times. They picked up a shield, and I hit them some more times with the scout. And they continued to run at me, and as they got close, and they were shooting, and they hit me a couple times and missed a bunch, but they were close, and then they jumped, and I'm like, they're gonna get close enough to me for me to punch them, and I don't know if I was out of bullets, but like it said reload on the screen. So then when they landed, or as they were landing, they were close enough, and I just hit them with a quick jab, and they went down, and it felt super good.
Hell yeah. Some of that gun free shit.
Yeah. Where is Overlooks? All the way over there. We're not going to do that today. We'll do Skyhooks.
Alright.
I'm going to land in the center, and then we could rotate to anywhere in the city that's got gunfire, and then we can take a quick rotation elsewhere.
We got company.
Okay.
Him what? I'm pushing.
Okay.
Yeah, second floor.
Okay.
Dude, there's no way he just hit me.
Somebody just jumped off in the street by me. I missed all of those shots except like the last 3.
They owned us.
Poundage.
Yeah.
Plus, get free same-day pickup on select items. Restrictions apply. Visit cvs.com/photo to order today.
You know what? Like, this is an odd mix, but like I'd rather just be listening to some good old-fashioned Mercules. Mercules, Mercules, Mercules. Dun, dun. Bam, bam. Overlook this time.
All right.
That 9th Gen C, whatever the fuck that means.
What is that? Public domain music, dude?
Nah, it's Mercules, bruh. Mercules. Mercules, Mercules, Mercules. Oh, I thought you would jump into your death.
Ooh, almost died. Yeah, man. Did not see that shit coming. Good save, Self. Good
Yeah,
save.
I was like, I wonder if he knows it's a huge cliff he's jumping off of.
It's like some of the cartoons where it's like,
yeah.
they fall down.
Almost. Mara feo.
You need a animal receiver or a blue
Yeah, I
stock?
can use a blue stock.
All right.
Gracias.
Oh,
Oh wait, did you say an anvil receiver?
I forgot an animal receiver. I also
Okay.
went on the flat line. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you use it.
actually, yeah, I'm gonna keep it. I didn't realize I had a.
Yeah, at the time.
Or I didn't realize it. went
Okay.
on the flat
Yeah, at the
line.
time I had a RE45. I since picked up a 301. So. I was gonna say, yeah, if it's just gonna be wasted, I'll take it. Even though I probably wouldn't use it. Oh, yes. That'll go right on this prowler. It'll fit perfectly.
Oh, yeah. I do like the prowler, but it's like fire's pretty badass. Oh, going the wrong way.
Oh, and little receiver for me. Alright, so Kim said I need to step back.
Like,
my mic doesn't go far enough back.
Step back.
I need to build something. Maybe I need to move the desk away from the wall, and I need to build a mount that hangs on the wall for the camera. After this game, I can stand. Downed one.
Dude, he just downed somebody from about a mile away. I don't have shit for a scope.
Yeah, me either. Well, let's push that direction, I guess. Oh, actually, no, the ring's about to start moving. Oh, yeah, we got a far-ass run.
That was insane.
What scope does he got? Oh, he's got a legit sniper scope on that. It's like a six
That's
X,
still awesome, but it's an awesome shooting, but I'd like to see it through his viewpoint there.
I didn't mean to punch him, I meant to bow before him. I bow, I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy. Yeah, we should get going.
Yeah, this is a big ass. Long way away.
Come on, bro, let's go.
Oh, down that fucker with the iron sights. I'm flipping that shit.
Come on, bro, don't run into that fight. What are you doing? He's gonna die. Well, let's just go.
I'm not a very bright man.
I'm taking this balloon.
Yeah, okay, I'm right behind you. I think they make your sights pretty forgiving with the iron sights on the Scout. Like, I did make a good shot, but it was so far away that it's hard to believe that, you know, you'd really hit it with, say, a real gun or something.
Oh, maybe you're just that good. I mean, you're
yeah.
better than you.
Just can't believe how good I am.
You're like Jesus with the Scout.
What's this fucking guy doing, dude? Oh, he's on the balloon, I think.
I'm surprised. I really thought he was gonna die. Well, I guess he's not out of the woods
Yeah,
yet.
me too. Yeah, I don't think it'll let me shoot a zip line into the storm. Maybe it's just the terrain.
Yeah, I think. At least I thought you could.
Yeah, it only makes sense. I think I just had bad ground. Too lumpy.
Oh, there's people here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Broke his shield, 118 damage.
Hit him with the frag for 26. Massacred. Oh shit. Nade hit me. He's on the building outside. Shit.
He just pulsed somewhere.
Where's he at?
Oh, he's in there.
He's right. Damn.
Nice, thank you for the save.
He's in the kill box.
Okay, that's yours. Take that,
Heavy
take
ammo,
that
bitch.
shield,
That's
take that
mine
shield.
now. Yeah.
Oh man, they hit me with. No, they
that
just
your
hit me with that
Arc
arc star. Somebody's gonna push. I need to heal up.
Yeah, push it real good. Oops. Get out from under the box, dude.
Nice. He's going right for the gold shit. What a fucking.
Yeah, I snatched it out from under his fucking face hole.
Sorry about your face hole, bro.
Got snatched. Oh shit! It's about circle's about to come in. Get your shit. Let's see it. I threw a zip line.
Oh, okay, yeah, nice. Yeah, buddy, this is what we do. I'm jumping on the roof of this big building.
Okay. Cargo thing.
I'm good, take whatever you need.
Boxes in here. I'm pretty good too. I'm just looking for a little heavy ammo.
Okay. Oh shit, I could also use a vest if we see one.
Oh yeah, okay. There's. You got a blue helmet.
Yep. Got a gold helmet. I'm a fancy motherfucker.
Oh yeah, give me that heavy shit.
Oh, here we go. Blue.
Oh, I hear a drone.
Yep.
There it is.
Nice. And they're laying traps outside.
Our dude's on a super high sniper thing.
Oh, he's got the ability to snipe, so.
Yeah. Maybe he'll help us out. He'll mark the enemy if he sees him.
There's a U sight. I'm going 2 and 3x on my guns.
Oh, okay.
Do I hear Watson traps or is somebody charging a peacekeeper?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's go. Good call. Good call.
Don't see anybody so far. Here, I'll zip us up to this big ass tower he's on.
Who's he fighting with?
Oh, it's a different one. Crap.
It's alright. This way, if they throw a grenade or something, we're not all stuck.
Yeah.
I see somebody.
Oh, thanks. Wonder if I can grapple over to that ship below here. Oh. Yeah, you better take that shit out of here.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, did he shoot it?
He did.
Or did you shoot it? Nice.
Shit, it's Mo. Yeah, we gotta go.
Alright. We gotta move. Hell, hate to get down off that perch, but we got it.
Heck home.
Damn. They're in here.
Inside?
Yeah.
Oh, I
maybe
see
we
a
should get
gold
up on the roof
box.
with him. I thought we had to. Okay. Yeah, I might have seen somebody over there. I'm with you though.
Yep.
Yeah, some people coming.
Now there's two gold boxes. Gold flatline here if you want into that.
Go ahead. I've got a pretty pimped out flat line.
Yeah, yeah,
Don't
no,
want it,
take it.
I'll
I'm
take
using the prowler. I'm enjoying the prowler. And I don't even know what's in this one over here. Oh, digital threat, yeah.
Oh, here's somebody else. Shit, shit. Shit.
Oh, they went out that door, I think. Shit.
Got one of them.
Nice.
Help you out, kid.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and Fashion District is Philadelphia's most
Oh, they're up on the roof. There's a crypt up here.
Okay.
Broke his shield. He's dead.
Hell yeah. Oh shit, green. Trying to throw us a zip.
Good call, man.
Shit, battles.
Oh shit.
Drop below us. Oh shit, go to the right or something. Shit. Oh, what? That thing was like sliding. Oh, I'm down. Oh, they'll kill you. Don't get you. I'll crawl to you. Shit. Crawl faster, you stupid robot.
Here we go. Super tense. It's just us two. Yeah.
Got any shields? Thank you. Hell yeah.
Oh, they died in a storm?
Yeah, what? Storm. Haha. There's your win for the night.
Nice. Look at that.
I can't believe they didn't
Yeah.
come after us. They must have thought we were waiting for them or
But
something.
why would you hide in a storm? Unless maybe one person was in the storm.
Yeah, I don't know.
And maybe he like traded with the person. I don't know. You know, he traded with
possible.
one and then.
Yeah, maybe he
Yeah.
was crawling. Had a gold shield or something.
I don't know. It's tricky.
Anyway, he got fucked up. Ooh, I probably got one more in me, dude. I'm gonna get off kind of early tonight. I don't know if I'll go try to crash that job interview shit tomorrow or not.
Okay.
I don't know if it's smart. I don't think they would mind you going in there without an appointment. You know, if you just told them, hey, I was just here just in case something opened up. You know.
Yeah.
I kind of had it in my head that like they saw a real go-getter, they might be like, hey, you got here right when we got here, and we're just going to give you an interview because I can see you're like gangsta. And
yes and no.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I've never had to hire somebody.
On the situation,
but
I'm sure.
I mean, like, who wants to do something the minute they get in? Like, yes, it looks good for the company, but it may be annoying for the manager. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's like they're going to a. It's like 10 a.m. and like they're going to a Department of Labor office. So like, yeah, you know, I mean, I'm sure as annoying as it is, they probably have the shit booked solid from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. or whenever they leave.
Oh, so it's like a. So what is it, like a
so,
job fair type of thing, or like?
It's just interviews. Nah, since it's a temporary position, they just go to like, you know, departments of labor hiring centers and stuff, and just kind of go to the individual areas and interview people instead of having you come to UPS headquarters or warehouse or whatever.
I see.
But yeah, I don't know. I kind of doubt I'll be feeling up to it in the morning. I feel kind of shitty, but I think it's Saturday too, though.
You think what's Saturday? The thing?
They have interviews Friday and Saturday.
So Saturday also. Okay.
1 p.m. or 2 p.m.
I'm with you.
Maybe if I keep an eye on my email, maybe it'll say new appointments have opened up again or something. I can't believe though that shit came in at like 1:40, and I had it done at about 4 o'clock, and too late.
Yeah.
People were probably like, you know, had their eye on their email and did it hella quick. Oh shit. Oh, I landed a mile away.
Oh, chase that dude off the fucking thing. Our teammate was punching him, so I thought I would help him punch, and then dude started shooting, and our teammate ran the fuck away or something.
Wow. What a puss.
He took his custom Les Paul and ran the fuck away.
I'm coming to you. I think you got somebody chasing you or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Oh, here you go. Oh,
yeah, that's me. Do you have any bullets?
You're right above us. Okay. Nah, bitch.
Oh, there's somebody here. There's somebody there.
You're aware that you're down, you dumb motherfucker. I'm glad that kid left. What an aggravating little bitch. He runs away and gets down and then keeps peeing it while we're obviously fighting.
Where's the box go? I knew this. There it is. Fuck. He's got a P2020 with the exact same number of bullets in it as I got. So literally no help. Here we go.
Ooh, there is weaponry.
Oh shit, I thought I had my thing. Shit. I was planning on using my thing to get to you fast. Ah, shit.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Yep,
right
I see
there,
them.
right there. 2 of them. Millions of them.
I'm not gonna make it to you either.
It's okay, just survive.
Shit. Hoping they'd follow me out of that.
probably looted my shit, but I had some stuff.
Yeah. Well, this sucks. This isn't fun. Running around by myself. Give me a good weapon. Some real bullets.
Yeah, I could use some purple armor too.
Alright, here we go.
Oh yeah, death dealing.
Alright.
Somebody's around you. Somebody's around you.
Okay. Yep. Heard like a door shut.
Yeah.
Suck on that, goober. Where are they? Oh, they're up in there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! Charge rifled
no.
me just as I was going into my thing.
I don't know what happened. I got one more, I guess. Let me check the key real quick.
Okay.
Good damage there. For, you know, the situation.
Burn. Alright, I gotta see what my dog's barking at. Burps. I'm back. I'm back. I apologize. I had to go to the bathroom, get a different drink, get a back scratcher. Opie was barking at something. I go see what that was about.
What was it?
Overwatch. Basically, Kim's playing Overwatch and he was barking at.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I guess her shooting things, or maybe her being shot. I don't know. Something he didn't like. So Zed's still in the party. So he must still be sleeping.
Oh, that's funny.
Because if he woke up and he tried to talk to us and we didn't respond, he would probably leave.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, sure, Shock Psycho just sent me an invite.
There was some dude named Dr. Carl Tansworth that said he loved one of his patients so much that he wanted to be with her even after her death. And when she died, he stuffed her torso and slept with her body in his bed for several years.
And he's a fucking doctor.
Yeah.
Like, he's making important decisions about other people's life. Or death.
Or death. But, oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah, right. You should tell Kim you love her so much you'd stuff her.
She'd be like, I've been asking you to stuff me all night. Or some shit. Some shit like that. Come on, Uncle Elbow, what are you doing?
Yeah, you're the kind of lady I could taxidermy.
And get it? She's an accountant. I don't know. Tax? I said
what?
get it? And she's an accountant.
Oh, tax. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out.
Alright, I guess he's AFK, so.
Yeah, let's break off from this fool. Yeah. Where you want to go?
I guess the epicenter. I don't see anybody landing there, but I'm sure they did. Actually.
Oh, he turned.
I'm gonna hit these bins here real quick. Hopefully, I can get a gun without any interference.
Alright, I hear somebody, I think. Yes, there's a load.
I'm coming.
Oh, what? Oh, it's gone. His buddy was with him. Damn. The medic is. Oh, she's throwing out her bot. Come on, ZLG mechanic. Where you at, bro?
I'm right there, bro.
Hell yeah. There he is. Random named ZLG mechanic. Where'd you go?
Yeah, really? That's how you're gonna do it? That's what you're gonna do? Are you sure that's what you want to
do? We might just loot your box and leave you on.
Yeah.
Kid.
I'm looting his box now for that shit.
Yeah, that's unacceptable behavior.
I was hoping he would leave.
You will be looted and ignored.
Cause like I picked this thing up.
Huh. That was weird.
Guess I'm gonna kill you.
Meet Think Shield by Lenovo. End-to-end security designed to give your business the freedom to innovate fearlessly. Every company needs to know that its next step is a safe one. Think Shield brings together the industry's most trusted security providers to customize a solution that can keep you ahead of
It'd be cool if you could like vote him out.
Think Shield, go to work for you.
Visit solutions.lenovo.com/ThinkShield, powered by the Intel vPro platform.
Until ring close. It's me.
at this gun. Is this gun cool?
Unibet Sportsbook. Crazy about the odds.
I kind of want to just kill myself and start a new game. It's kind of what I want to do.
Yeah, I don't care. Well, just leave. I'll fix you, Uncle Elbow.
Go fuck yourself, bro.
That's pretty funny.
What up, Graham?
I mean, first the fucking kid, like, waits until the edge of the map to jump until it auto jumps, and then he like gets back and like is aggravating the fuck out of you after he fucking failed to jump. Like,
yeah.
I mean, what the fuck?
Like,
you're coming off like a real dummy
that makes
right
me
now, kid.
makes me happy though. I need to clip that.
He's a yeah, he was a serious neo-penis.
He was absolutely a neo-penis.
The name is neo-penis. Oh, is Ram? I got one more.
Ram, you wanna play? You wanna hop on? Play a little Apex of the Legends. So yeah, so Facebook's a little behind. So like, he said, sad I missed it, and that's when I was like, oh, what's up, Graham? And then I guess he just heard the, I kind of want to just kill myself and start a new game after it was already done, and then he types like, do it, please. And then it happened, and he's like, no. So that's what I was laughing at. You got time to play, Ram, or no? Not gonna be on much longer. Oh, he's at school. Alright. Oh, I thought, okay, I was thinking it was Friday going into Saturday. It's Thursday going into Friday. So it's just us, Mr. Zero.
Yeah. That's cool, though. Take them down. Take those clowns.
Taking them down to Clown Town. Fuck these problems, Hakuna Matata. That's how you know you're a skilled rapper right there.
What? Hakuna Matata?
Fuck these problems, Hakuna Matata.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, they're not great games, but they're at least interesting. Wednesdays usually suck for me, both in viewership and gameplay. But yesterday, viewership was so-so. But the games, they were like good games. They were a lot of fun, just like low kills. So like 1,000 damage, 1 kill type games.
Yeah, you had a bunch of good games.
When I made my social media clip was actually
in the zone.
The hardest I've ever played. I'm like sliding. I didn't capture a good. It was drawn out, so you could only post a minute of it. But I'm like, I had a fast healed vest. I'm popping out. Zero's in a fight. I like rush over to try to get to that fight. Do some shooting. Get fucked up a little bit. Slide back in cover. Pop a couple of shield cells. Back out. I mean, like I was borderline breaking my sticks. That's how hard I was playing.
Yeah, he was doing some sweet.
Yeah, and it only ended it with 1 kill that game. But it was a lot of fun. Alright, you gotta go, Ram. Adios, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Have fun at school.
See you, Ram.
Guess we'll do train yard for Grim. So also, when I was looking through the clips... It was like every time I like skip a little bit to like try to find a clip. I'm going through the video. It's like we must have landed a train so many times because every time I did it, it seemed like, oh, we're at train yard again. Oh, train yard again. Oh, we didn't land a train yard, but here we're back at train yard. Here we go again.
Yeah, we did. It does seem like we landed at train yard a lot. I got knocked. Oh, you little bitch! Come to your doom. Shit. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I apparently can't escape a grenade because walls block me from movement.
Do you need bullets or anything?
I need this gun.
Alright, here, I can drop you some light bullets.
Alright. Okay, thanks. Go tear some kids up.
Alright. Oh, come on, why you gotta leave? Sniper Agent 5?
Yeah, that's stupid. You're a stupid kid.
Yeah.
I thirsted your boy before I even knocked you down, dude. That's how we do it.
Oh shit, people are here.
Oh shit, I heard it a little bit. Yeah, they're in that building or something. On the roof, maybe? Nope.
Just trying to bait them.
Oh, here they are, on me.
Broke his shield with that shot. Oh my god, that was so close.
Oh, dude. Way to go. Was he shooting at you with a charge rifle?
Why is that? There we go. Oh man, that was cray cray.
Oh yeah. I thought for a minute somebody else was shooting at you while you were chasing him or something. Just seeing if he has any more heals. No. Got a shot. Oh, I can use. You don't need a shotgun, don't do it.
I got a bunch of heavy rounds too that I don't need. So there's one bullet there. There's a longbow in this box.
Hell yeah.
Here's some.
I guess I'll pick up the longbow. I'm dropping an Eva with a bot bolt. Oh, thanks.
That's all you.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, is this? No, that's empty. .3x sight for your longbow.
Oh yeah, nice.
Going through this again, drinking for a weekend. I drank again. The Instagram asked me if I give a damn. No, I don't give a damn. Make it happen. Back up here.
Oh, I hear somebody around me somewhere, Joe. I'm in the big.
I'm coming to the ass building.
But I think they were in the tunnel. I moved away from them. I think they were either in the tunnel or on the tracks.
I don't see anybody on the tracks. Yeah, there's a wraith portal in the tunnel.
Alright. 2 301s up the stairs.
I've been doing good with the 301.
Yeah, it's a good game.
I'm dropping to 99 if you want it.
I got one, thank you.
Mr. Backpack. Mr. Zero. Backpack for you.
Oh, thanks.
Alright, where you want to push to?
What do you want to do? You want to go in the... Oh, well, the tunnel.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, if you want to chase it,
well,
though,
the portal just disappeared, so I don't know where they would have been.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'd say there.
No, maybe it's gunshots in the distance. Alright, well, we can't go out of the circle. Circle's here now, so...
Yeah, they might have went around this place where we're running. Somebody opened that bin down there.
The train's coming. We could hop it and see if it's looted. Oh, no, we can't. I thought it was going to turn.
It's hijack it.
It's already looted. Oh, there's people on it. Oh, they just jumped off? Fuck. Yeah, there's two of them.
Shit.
There's a robot back there somewhere.
One down.
He's healing up.
Yeah, crawl around the side of this.
He's coming?
Oh, here he comes, here he comes.
Oh, and behind you. Fuck.
What? Oh, other side.
God damn, man.
One less, motherfucker.
Oh, you're alive. Good shit.
Oh, my shit.
Yeah, I saw that.
Dude, it was so laggy when I zoomed in on him. It's like, fuck. I feel like I had a chance if it hadn't lagged out at me.
Look at that damage.
But that's okay.
Good shit.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It's a pretty good game. I think I took 3 or 4 shots to take that medic down with the longbow, and I hit them all in a row, so I was satisfied with that.
Question was, did you leave her satisfied? That's the question.
Yeah. Alrighty, man. I think that's it for me for tonight. I just gotta force myself to get off
do
earlier.
what you gotta do.
But you know, I'll probably be.
Alright. Good luck with your adventures tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if I'll go up there or not. I may. It seems like, I mean, it's a temp job, but I mean, if it really pays decent, it may be exactly what I need right this minute. You know. So yeah, I might go up there tomorrow or the next day.
Okay.
All right. So
yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow night. So, adios, buddy.
Adios.
Let's check to see if he's still. Is he still snoring? His headset probably turned off. Not too long. Pick me down. This is now they anxious for me. Yeah, they anxious for me. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Where's Opie? You just put away? Target on my back like I'm super marketable. I do 20 decoys. For my own for too long. Break me down. This is now they anxious for me. They anxious for me. Yeah, yeah.
Don't beat yourself up. Leave that to me.
That goes. Okay. They got what they need, even for that they need. No, no, no. Go to the fast flow. God though. Long time. Fall to their knees. They know I got what they need. I make them fall there. Anxious for me. Yeah, they anxious for me.
Body shield here. Number 2. You got bamboozled.
At Kia, we're not the oldest SUV maker around, but what we lack in calmness or straight age, we make up for with gravel-bounding, ambition, and youth. Telluride Sportage Sorento SX with standard forward collision warning and available all-wheel drive. Hurry to Kia today for great deals on a tough and ready lineup with SUVs.
Telluride available in the M20 snow system, no matter how advanced, can compensate for all driver air and or driving conditions. These features are not substitutes for safe driving and may not detect all objects in front of the vehicle. Always drive safely and use caution.
Devotion. No, hood IKEA. I didn't set the trap off. I don't know what happened there. You battle me ain't a good idea. I can see you got style from the hood IKEA. So here I am like dicking around. I'm all digging around like caught in a storm now. I'm digging around and I'm caught in a storm now. Reaching it down and I'm shooting the porn now. They don't pump us up. They don't pump us up. They pump us up. I got time. Go straight for the helmet. What? That's bullshit. I'm no good with Mirage. Come on, thank you. Good shit, good team. Thank you. God damn, man. Here we go. Alright, I'm coming. We're on our way. Shit, man, we were pinched. Super pinched. Not bad, we all did pretty good. Have headshots. Pathfinder also got the beacons. 2 kills with shotguns in a single game. I don't use shotguns that often. 2 neutral care packages. I can try that. I can try that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. See if I can get that done. I got a couple more games. I got a bunch of stuff to do tomorrow to get ready for a Friendsgiving Saturday. I'm gonna paint and stuff. I also gotta do some other stuff. I want to do another shirt design to get that shirt design ready for when the first one's done. And then I gotta finalize the first one too. I gotta reach out and make sure I get all the sizes and everything done. And then I also gotta get the post, everything, pictures, descriptions, everything together. And then sit down and like make all the posts for the new stuff for the Bucks County consignment, all in like a half hour.
You're dwelling on my conscience, never helped you with my problem. Fuck a message in a bottle, it's a message to my bottle.
Meet ThinkShield by Lenovo. End-to-end security designed to give your business the freedom to innovate fearlessly. Every company needs to know that its next step is a safe one. ThinkShield brings together the industry's most trusted security providers to customize a solution that can keep you ahead of dangerous breaches. Let ThinkShield go to work for you.
Visit solutions.lenovo.com/powered by the Intel vPro platform.
Fuck that. Dude just left. You know, dude like rolled out while we were jumping in, and that dude just like ran away like a bitch.
Get your parlay on. Unibet Sportsbook is now live.
Oh, that just really annoyed me.
Today. Quality intel, quality odds. Unibet Sportsbook. Crazy about the odds. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's go, baby. Still trying to act like it's not our year, right?
He do probably want it to be Wraith, and when I pick Wraith, he fucking left like a bitch. Alright, this is it. It's 10 after 2. Even though I could go longer. Not that fun without friends. Well, we could switch up. Do some Minecraft. Relax. A little bit of therapy before we go to bed. I'll do that. Cops told me to put my clothes back on. What a bunch of haters. Diving too far down if you want to make it there. Where are you? That could have been a good game. So I can knock out one game. I'll try that, and then this is it. And this is it. This is it. This is it. This is the last game. Last game. So y'all ready for this? Mystic. So I survived my first match with only 2 broken ribs, being as safe as I can and keeping in my distance. Unfortunately, the others are already asking about the tower. The one legend you love confronted me on the dropship. I thought he had evidence, but it turns out he's just an idiot. There are 2 others here who are big guys, like your son. Very intimidating. I'm sure one's a sociopath, but I may have judged the other too soon. His name is Macau Gibraltar, and he's here to help legends survive. I always chalk the games up to the Neanderthals trying to prove something. Turns out some of them have a strong code of ethics. Interesting. That was clearly from Crypto to Mystic. Fuck the world, I don't care. Fuck, well. Tried to do 100 damage with her special. That's where you want to go? We know. Fudge the world, I don't care. Fudge the world. Fudge the world, I don't care. Oh, look, push me sideways off of that. What? Go for the double tap. He's way too focused. and all this good stuff. Huh? Yeah. What's up? Oh. I think the washer's empty. Sticks on the floor.
The champion's gone and forgotten.
How many times do I gotta tell you, man? I'm in my motherfucking bag right now. Epidemics, I see you. Amsterdam, I see you.
Okay, here we go. Go press on the shield. Gotcha. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Alright, that's fine.
This year, unwrap more holiday magic when you switch to Fios Home Internet. Get our fastest speeds available with Fios Gigabit connection plus TV at our best price ever, $69.99 per month. And if you switch now, you'll also get a $100 Visa prepaid card on us. There's never been a better
Alright, so I want to say thank you to everybody that came out. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, that's it for me. It wasn't a great game to end on, but it is what it is. I don't like playing by myself anyway. Video game, I mean, gaming isn't sit in a dark basement by yourself playing some whatever. It's very social. So but yes, I want to say thank you to everybody that came out, whether it was on Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube. Also thanks for the engagement that I get on my fingers hurt on all the socials, especially Instagram. It's Mechanic on all socials except Twitter. It's Mechanic G. Also Zero Logic Gaming. Follow them on, or follow us, I should say, on Instagram and Facebook. Closing out the ZLG.GG shirt. Sorry. I actually feel like that was a bug bite or something. Anyway, ZLG.GG shirt. We are closing that out. I'm going to get prices to everybody by this weekend. So if you want it, get at me ASAP. Hopefully we can get underway and get it. Definitely get it before Christmas, but sooner the better. I definitely want one. So yeah, I think that's that. I'll be back on tomorrow, like 10. I got a bunch of stuff to do around here. Get ready for the Friendsgiving on Saturday. Yeah, I guess that's it. I'm going to be redoing the YouTube channel. I said that yesterday. Take it from just another source of streaming for this, which I stream live to it as well. So you can go watch VODs there. But I am still going to be like that. But it's also going to be other content created specifically for that. So yeah, watch out for that. I'm also going to start filming little commercials for this. So instead of like just the same old bathroom break sign or picture, it's going to be actually like a little video that runs. So I want feedback on all that stuff. Once everything's done, once it's up, once you see it, let me know what you think. If there's anything you think I should do differently, how to improve, whatever, I'm open to all feedback as long as it's constructive. Yeah, that's that. Thank you for coming out. Doesn't matter how long you stayed. You were here for a little bit. Big shout out to Ram. I want to apologize to Marlu4069. I guess I missed you. But yeah, I'm always down to play with viewers or anybody who wants to play, really. When we do ranked, it's usually me, Zero, and Grim. But when we're not doing ranked, we can play with whoever. I don't care. Yeah, I want to thank Zero for the games. I want to thank Zed for hopping in the chat, keeping it lively. Yeah, basically, thank you to all of you. So everybody who supports me in any way. And to those who didn't come out, go fuck yourself.